Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our republic, trying to build up Sagaduara. Slowly starting with the infrastructure construction. Having provided a fire station nearby, it is now possible that we are going to use our construction offices in the area. And we are going to set them up accordingly. We will use the same settings as in Kalibriusk. I think they make sense. We're going to take the workers from Hellas. We have aggregate loading, asphalt and concrete in Kalibriusk itself, the warehouses in Hellas, and the open storage in Hellas. Seems perfect. Automatic search radius of 3 kilometers for both, and then an even split of vehicles for both, I think. We'll start with the basics. Buses. 2 buses each. Four concrete mixers. 2 cover towel, 4 dump trucks, 2 excavators, I think so, 4 open hull trucks. I don't know if we can fit everything the way I envision it, but we'll see. Nope, that one is full now. Alright, let us spread out the content among all construction offices. We need some road cranes from the east. I'm not gonna go for tower cranes here. They're cheap. Last time we also had a little bit of a self-made heating issue in Somaska. But that should be resolved. Happiness and health should be coming back up. Traffic jam issues, probably an end station. Oh no. We're now causing traffic jam issues at the customs house because of us picking up tourists there. But thankfully it's only... well, it is... yeah, it's only like construction components, I think. Paraslav Customs Road Cargo Station. This is for rail construction, right? Yeah. This is rail construction. This is clothing production. This is fine, I think. A little bit of a traffic jam. Should be okay. The vehicles will take a while to get here, but in the meantime, let's keep going with the purchases of what we want. I think we also need a roller and a paver. And then let's see if we were missing anything, but they should be able to start construction now, a little bit. Might have to split up the vehicles between the customs houses, the construction offices, and yeah, balance the vehicles a little bit, so they can also maintain each other while building things up. I should leave buildings unassigned for now, so we will remove all assignments and not let them assign themselves building construction tasks right now. Everything else is fine. Buildings will be done last, or with manual assignments. We're going to create a new assignment group, number 2, for this area. And yeah, they can build all infrastructure projects for now. Still have to set up housing, the school, kindergarten, etc. But we'll wait for some of the vehicles to get over here first before we do that. And yeah, then we have a town planned in the third square, in the middle, in the map center basically, which is kind of nice. Truck supply of resources will be sufficient, I think, in the beginning. Rail construction will have to be done for sure. Yeah. Seems like when I tore down the lumber camps a while ago, these trees are not growing anymore at all. What do we have here? A demolition project. I don't know why I have a demolition project here. What's this? Oh, it's a wire. Sure. A wire is fine. Is this a medium or a high voltage wire? Medium. I guess we have to hook it up somewhere so you can actually finish the demolition. There you go. It's hooked up. You have access. Let's get our happiness back up to nominal levels. Hopefully Somaska can forgive us for giving them a larger capacity small heating plant. 450 cubic meters of heating water tank. Are a little bit safer than the default that we had before. I also need to set up a waste storage for the area at some point, so outgoing waste will be stored and then removed. And I think we need to make sure that the construction officers can go down there to maintain this building. So we'll have to have a footpath go up here to the town area. And I'm not sure if it will be used correctly, but we will have to try. Otherwise we'll have to set up some footpaths down near the sewage discharge. Let's see if when we build that the sewage discharge is in maintenance range or not. Yeah, low happiness in Somaska. You are going to be taken care of, it's fine. Happiness is going up. It should be okay. We will allow people to move back into this area since the heating has been restored successfully before we went into the negative temperature range. So we should be fine. Let's see how far our construction officers have received their materials. As I said, we're going to put an even split between the vehicles, I think. So one covered hull truck in each, one set of 2 concrete mixers in each, a set of 2 open hull trucks in each, 1 bus in each. The paver and the roller can all be in one, that's fine. 2 dump trucks in each. I might add more open hull vehicles in the construction office that receives the paver and roller. And maybe the excavators. We also need a repair station here at some point. We need a lot of things for this to work successfully. The repair station is kinda important. Not immediately, but we will need it fairly soon. Because the town construction will take a while. I hope they can pass through the footpath and get to this area without us having to do anything weird. Well, if not, that's also fine. Maybe we can make a service road down here, down the mountain slope, although no, that's way too steep. Maybe this way. This way seems feasible. Have a dirt or gravel road go down here, preventing vehicle access to most things. But the construction offices need to go through. Courthouse is still doing excellent. Our university is filled to the brim again. I wonder if the personal vehicle traffic that we're gonna have is mostly moving students around, which wouldn't be the worst. I mean, the medical university could handle a bunch of students. Moving them by car is, I guess, something new. So that'll be an interesting experience. It might fail, but if it does, we learned. And if it doesn't, then we're gonna have a very nice looking highway with a lot of vehicles running around it, which I'm all for. Not sure why it can't reach that. We're almost at the customs house. We will increase the priority here too high. Is there an intersection problem? It looks like maybe the answer is yes. I guess if these aren't connected. Yeah, no, it's right. Okay, solve that one. Alright. So why are we not building here? There we go. That is the high priority one. Once that one is done, we can run our long train for crop exports, and we have to set up the fields, the farming area. Plus the long train depot for train repairs at some point. I'm not gonna use this area for repairs. Should be fine. I mean, construction vehicles driving down this footpath is also kind of crazy, but if it works, it works. Works for me. Machinery and mechanisms only delivered by vehicle, please. We will split up the road cranes to also be 50-50. And I am considering giving one construction office all of the mechanisms, the excavators, maybe some bulldozers, and then giving them more open hull trucks to compensate. Paver. Roller should also be heading here. Oh, it's already arrived. Let's get 2 more open haul trucks. At the very least. We still have the paver coming here. Maybe we can get another paver at some point. I don't need to fill those construction offices up completely. At least not yet. So the amount of workers in this party HQ is a little bit low. Although we are restricting our education to only the most loyal of our citizens. So we have a very high loyalty in here. I could restrict it to only 70%, which would be kind of crazy. I think this is fine. How old is the oldest one? 40. And then we're going down to 29 pretty quickly, but that's still quite long. Also, we're out of water. Yet again. Well, might be time to set up the sewage network here. Problem with this town is that it is behind a mountain. We could lay a sewage pipe into Singapore Lake. We could lay a sewage pipe to Hellas and use the existing sewage network. We could lay a sewage pipe up to the iron mine with a pump and then just let it go down on its own. These are our options. However, option right now is to export grain. We won't have the grain depot anymore, the grain silo, the storage depot anymore. We will go directly to the customs house to export. I don't know if I just changed an existing line. Don't think I made that a line yet. Yeah, seems to be not assigned. Alright, and we'll run our giant grain train. In the future we will have 2 each per farm, and they are intended to supply grain to production facilities. But for the time being they can just export. Oh no! Why did all the train cars change their color to grey? That's not what it's supposed to be. Alright, I'm gonna write that down as a bug. What are they called? Covered hull. Well, that's unfortunate. Come on. Thank you. Guess we'll have a grey train. Alright, so this area is set up now. It's working. We just have to build the second farm, the third farm, and a bunch of fields. And I mean a bunch of fields. We'll also have to make sure the terrain can actually hold everything, and for that we will need our terraforming fleet, which I just removed the road depot for, to move them into that. So I'll put it right back. I could also build a proper depot, I guess, next to our repair station, but no time. No time at all. Well, we have plenty of time, I like the free buildings, I guess. I'm going to relocate you. Into here. We'll also give you the option to repair again. And then we have 4 bulldozers here. We can move 2 of them into this construction office, I think. They should be carryable by these trucks. They are not. We would need the long haul trucks, which is okay. We're gonna get 1 long haul truck and 2 bulldozers in that construction office. Okay, now it's full. Then we are going to relocate. Is that the right one? I split up the excavators evenly. Okay, let's do some readjustment. We'll have one excavator in here. And one concrete mixer in that one. This will get the long haul. No fuel here right now, but should be coming back soon. Fuel will also be an important thing that we need to worry about, so one fuel truck supplying a local storage might be insufficient. Ideally we'll want a train to do that. We'll have to see. We have to set it up reliably in the beginning. Okay, you move over here, you move over here. One road crane back over to there. We can leave one excavator in this one, that is fine, but I will move the excavator over. All construction machinery in one construction office instead. I also have to set up the electricity soon. Electricity, probably around here, I think. We'll just average the terrain out instead of flattening it and put down 2 transformers with a switch. We can have up to 4 transformers on one switch before the wire has to go to another switch. Otherwise we'll lose the ability to hook anything else up from the area. Access for fire trucks in case of an emergency, and then up to 4 transformers here. We'll start with 2. We can fit another one here, but I think the other one would be... Let's plan it out a little bit better. Let's put the transformers next to the road, and the other ones can be built later, but we should plan them, I think. Something like that would allow us to have more transformers in the area. I think that's okay. If the high voltage cables play ball, but we'll see that when we get to it. Actually no, I will test it real quick with 1. So if we have, for example, a connection over here, road connection would work fine. High voltage wire would also work fine as long as we use the snapping, I think. I guess I can place it down, it's fine. Let's plan them. We will need a decent amount of electricity in the area, that is for sure. And I guess I can then set up the high voltage wires in a way that where they don't really overlap. Something like that. We'll have an above ground high voltage wire going to the area, and then we should have access to electricity. The high voltage cable will be coming from this area, and we'll be using the largest wire available to us, which is 15 megawatts. We will try and follow our infrastructure. And not leave too much of a gap between the wires if possible. Autosave. Then we have to head up here. So we have to cross the road. And that would be a high voltage wire for our town. Well, we still have to connect this section. That'll do. Alternatively, we connect straight over the road instead. Let's do that here. That is a bit better. Okay, that should give us our electricity. Can install all of these, they will only do the infrastructure, and we'll do the construction of the transformers when we know that everything is fine. Right now we're not getting that many workers for our fire station, it looks like, because I don't know why. Shouldn't there be more? Got an hour left to get there. Okay. I guess we also need our technical service earlier. Half an hour is not enough to get up here, I guess. Well, we have to plan for a repair station, so we can plan the repair station and the technical office in the area. It would be nice if the repair station could handle the repairs of all of these buildings without them having to basically wait for vehicles to arrive. Means we have to relocate the gas station, but that's okay. We'll put the gas station here, I guess, for now. Then just change the route here. Wait for this one to run out, and then we'll hook up the road connection here. Get it set up, and then we will have a repair station and the technical office, which will take care of road clearing. That will be useful. I need to make sure we are fine on water. Water looks better again. However, Krasnodar was struggling with water supply. Maybe the extra distance is a little bit much for them now. I mean, they still have water in here, it's almost empty. And I guess this building is drawing the most. Could have another water substation, I guess, just to increase the capacity. Not sure if I want to switch off of trucks. To be honest, trucks are kind of convenient for the village. Yeah, I think we'll just have another substation. Because right now one truck is delivering, and it's basically... the delivery range is a little bit far, so it takes a little while to do the whole route, I guess. Gravel footpath is fine. Now we'll put another sewage tank here. And maybe give the technical service... No. I shouldn't plan for that, that's kinda silly. I should plan the sewage handling, and then I could replace the sewage truck with a water truck. But not really, because, well, we also have sewage handling over here, and water. This area also needs water. Maybe they are getting overworked because of the 2 delivery areas. Garbage trucks, water and sewage. Oh, we already have multiple. Well, I'm gonna replace 1 sewage truck and 1 water truck, I guess. How many of those do we have? We have 1. I think we're gonna go with a Mark P because way faster. And we're gonna replace both of them. And we're gonna do the same thing for water cisterns. This is a very old one. And both of these will also be replaced. We're gonna standardize our vehicles to the fastest vehicle that we have. Water loading could be put back to here, so they don't have to drive as far, but I'm also standardizing where they pick up water and dispose sewage, which is all going to be down here. Has the paver arrived? Or did I already relocate it? There's the roller. Paver has arrived and already been relocated. Very good. But yeah, currently no firefighters because of lack of road clearing. We have to fix that. I don't think this area will get their own asphalt and concrete plants. Those aren't that far away. I mean, the transportation road is a little bit weird. I should really give them an option to go from here to here, which would increase traffic flow to the concrete, asphalt and gravel areas. We could get a road connection through this. I mean, the downwards road is gonna be super easy. If it lets us place it, that is. It only needs to be a 2-lane road, I think. It's not supposed to be a main road. Although I wonder if most vehicles would then try to use this instead. Probably gonna forbid personal cars from going through this, just to be safe. I think that sounds fair. No personal cars would probably remove most of the traffic from the area. And I guess we can just leave it as a simple road instead of putting bridges up and everything. It might look a bit weird, it might get replaced at some point, but I think to start out with, this would be a good addition. And then if it proves really useful and we need to expand it, we can do that later. But I can't use that. If I wanted to access both sides, we just have to keep it that way. And then both sides can travel through this. Very, very simple intersection, I guess. Looks mostly smooth. I'm gonna put the traffic sign up for personal cars right away. Even though that's gonna split up the construction. Good argument. Let's build the road first and then put up the traffic sign later. Combine this construction site into one. Please. Thank you. And now build it. That should speed up deliveries of gravel, asphalt and concrete by quite a bit. But yeah, personal cars should use the main road. I should also set up the traffic signs. There we go. Rail construction on this end. We can see the tunnel, it's over there, the first of 3 tunnels that need to be built. Good progress. Also there was a patch, so we can now buy vehicles, train vehicles again, directly from the border. I think I'm gonna buy a tunnel boring machine from the eastern side, because they will probably reach that as well, and require a tunnel boring machine. Which will be nice, because it'll work fairly... okay. It'll work fairly well without us doing anything. Yeah, without a repair station here, this is what happened. Well, we have a fuel truck, gravel, open hull twice that need to be replaced. I guess I'm gonna build a repair station real quick. Won't really help those vehicles, but since the construction here takes a little bit longer than anticipated, it it's gonna be okay to put those in the area. I guess they can repair a little bit once it is up, but we will have to put them into a vehicle depot for now. And let the construction vehicles do their thing until it is done. And then we have to deliver resources to the repairs. Oh my god, why? I should just replace the vehicles and not care about it. This is temporary, this is all temporary. Let's just replace the vehicles. One and a quarter million, sure. 1.5 million. You're at 40%. I'm still gonna replace you and you. That's fine. That was expensive, but I mean, we make that back in a month, it's fine. 2 of these. A bus. And a oil tanker. An oil tanker. Just gotta set up the routes again, I guess. And a gravel truck. We have 3 unloading stations. Load fuel. Bring it to the gas station and then the rail construction office. That should be your route. And then we have our resources again for steel. And prefab panels. Probably we need more for bricks and boards. Which I already... well, I started bringing bricks here. I'm gonna make a dedicated truck for that. It's fine. Bricks and boards, please. And the bricks and boards truck, as well as the steel truck, will wait until unloaded, I think. Maybe the recoloring of the train cars happened because of the hotfix, I don't know. I think I loaded the save before, when we had those, and it was fine. I don't know. Bricks and boards. Go here, wait until... okay, wait until unloaded is gonna... no, you can't wait until unloaded, you have to run all the time. We're gonna make the steel and the prefab panel truck wait until unloaded. That's gonna make more sense. Snow smelting, very good. Construction train in the way of our grain train. We really need to set up the signals here, otherwise this is gonna be quite the problem. These ones are set up correctly, but the train is in the way right now, so you definitely have to move out of there. Actually, I'm gonna send you home. Let the other train go here, do its export. First grain export of the year 2018. Right on target with our 70-year plan. But yeah, the signals will have to be set up. Now that we have a train running here, we can't really have incorrect signals anymore. And oh, right. Is this long enough for such a long train? I don't think so. I don't think we can have these signals here. I don't think there's 450 meters. Nope, definitely not. Planning for 450 meter long trains is interesting. Okay, that should definitely be 450 meters. Okay, and in this area, this one can go away. They still need construction. Okay. Well, it's a little bit of money. Would be more in rubles than in US dollars, but well, we can send them to the all the way to the Eastern Customs House, I guess. If we really wanted more rubles, but I'm just trying to drive down the price of food a little bit, so exporting to the west is also fine. But yeah, definitely better to export that in rubles than in dollars. They don't care so much about our grain, it looks like. Assignment wise, we're building to the customs house right now, which is fine. Let's see if this train gets back successfully. I will have to plant some signals along this route. 450 meters, man. And then let's say 450 meters off of that. I'm gonna put 550. And that should probably be another 500 something. 700, sure. Could put some intermediate signals if the train line has like trains that are shorter, then it would work a little bit better. Construction train is very slow, but we should be able to get to the silo without problem. The train wants to go to the same area, I guess. I thought I had told you to not wait until unloaded. Must have forgotten that. And you need to get rid of that. And we need to set bricks and boards as an equal material to be carried. Once we get to the tunnel construction, we will need that. Also, I wanted to buy a tunnel boring machine. That's the reason I am here. But now we spent a lot of money on buying vehicles, I guess. So we'll have to transport some steel to get the money back again. Is it in this one? No. Oh yeah, it won't take that long because we're exporting steel before we're gonna buy a new one. This train is fully loaded with steel and it's gonna give us 53 million in rubles. After that we can buy the tunnel boring machine. I guess it also explains the slow rail construction speed. But yeah, I would like to avoid building a repair station, even though it would probably be way cheaper than replacing the vehicles. If it happens again, if we need to replace vehicles in about 3 to 4 years, then I will just, I think, wait until we connect with the other side. Because over there we have everything in order and can get everything repaired. So much better situation. Let us place down some electric substations and the gas stations of the area. So I think we will have a gas station about here, on either side of the road. Again. I drive through one. So they will need a substation here. And that should provide fuel for quite a bit. And then maybe we have another gas station, maybe in front of the tunnels, behind the tunnels, maybe here between the tunnel, between the bridge and the other bridge intersection. Not sure. Oh no, I guess I can have one up here. That was the other idea. So they have to take the off-ramp, refuel and come back down onto the road. And I only need one gas station at that point. Okay. And the substation I'll just put at the first intersection here, I guess. Could try and wait for renewable energies, but we're just gonna provide electricity here from the nearby building, I think. And then each of the gas stations will have their own truck bringing fuel here. Which we'll have to travel a bit until we can get the electricity set up. I mean, until we can set the rail line up with the electricity in the area to unload fuel locally and just have a shorter transportation route at that point. But for the time being, this is what will have to be done. And we're just going to put down some... I don't think the gas stations need a lot of electricity anyway. Yeah, 50. We're just gonna put a simple above ground wire that will annoy us in the future, and we will have to replace that at some point. But it'll look nice. Should hopefully not need to be replaced if we keep it that close to the high voltage wire, because we can't change anything in there anyway. Do we need more dump trucks, more everything? We have to relocate the dump trucks over into the other construction office, which is mostly meant for machinery now, for non-machinery. So we can have 2 more dump trucks and maybe 2 more concrete mixers. Heating, water. Water gets delivered by truck at first, I guess. That seems... no, water delivery by truck in the beginning is probably a mistake. We'll grab the water from next to the highway, I guess. We'll have like a water purification area somewhere along this road. I mean, we can have it right in the middle of the city anyway. I'm not gonna care too much about water pollution. We can just dump more chemicals in. It's fine. Yeah, sure. We'll try a compact setup. So we'll have a water well, up to maybe 2 in the future. If Hellas didn't need 2 so far, then I don't think we will need 2. This could be a little bit further away to maybe improve the water quality a little bit, especially since it also suffers from just existing buildings. But the water treatment plant can be right about here, pretty much. Don't have to worry about that. And then that one would send the water into a reservoir, an underground reservoir, via pump, and we're gonna pump it back out. Or we could go with the passive water distribution, but I'm actually just gonna... I'm gonna go for water pumps everywhere, and no switches. This time. In this area. So, the switch is obsolete. I'm gonna replace it by a water pump. And from the water pump we can pump directly into the substation or further along. That would be the water supply, and the sewage is handled over here for now. We will need a... well, that's the sewage switch. The sewage is not handled yet. Don't have a sewage substation, it looks like. Sewage cannot be pressurized. It's illegal. We'll have to move... we'll have to check if everything is in range. It looks pretty good so far. These three switches were these three outputs from this switch were intended to. Middle one goes into town, the right one goes up to the area for another residential zone, and the left one goes up here onto this plateau. So we will have to go off onto another switch while going down into town. So we have that's the wrong way. It has to be facing towards where the sewage is supposed to go. So that way. So I think up here, to the north, where I'm facing, we don't really need any sewage switches because there's a mountain in the way, it's rocky cliff, it's not going to be terraformed. As long as the sewage substation can handle sewage from this area at a reasonable distance, so about this way, this much. We're not going to go any further in there, and we're just going to go along the road with more substations. So we'll use that output and have more switches and sewage substations in this area. There will be a dedicated line for this, and I guess from here we will develop slowly over in this area with maybe 2 sewage pipes. But yeah, that should handle sewage for the time being. Since we don't have any people living here, it doesn't, at least not yet, it doesn't matter if they finish the sewage or the water first. Both will be fine. Plus they're not going to do the buildings without us giving the command. Do we have the sewage discharge and maintenance range now? The answer to that seems to be no. So this whole idea was maybe not going to work. Oh no, we need to wait for the road to be built. After that we will know. We have to give it a little bit more time. I need a little bit of a drink. We're going to check the metro system after I've taken a fizzy sip of Apfelschorle, which some people might know is fizzy apple juice. And I like it. Not sure if it's an acquired taste or not. I think it is very popular. But I guess you have to like fizzy drinks. Let's take a look at the metro. Metro construction. After they will build the current tunnels by themselves until they reach the next station, and then we have to assign the tunnel construction again. Do it one more time. We have our end station. That looks disgusting. We're going to relocate the waste storage to not have that clip through. Yeah. Let me take a screenshot of that. And save it so I can report it. Okay, let's keep going. I'm gonna rebuild, we're gonna build a new one, move that over and not touch the end station, even though it would probably be easier, but I don't trust these rail connections. They might not have enough cornering capacity to get around the tiny bend. I'll also write down another thing that I saw. Very nice. So we have water plant, need the chemicals being delivered here. At some point there will be a warehouse full of not full of chemicals, but also having chemicals. So the delivery route will be shortened. But in the beginning we can start with a few houses, a few people living here, making sure everything is running, and then slowly develop from that. They basically need to also run the heating plants. If we get the technical office set up, then we shouldn't have any problems bringing workers here from abroad, not abroad, but from the nearby town. And they can assist until everything is set up to work correctly. We definitely want the technical office to be built, to be ready for the next winter. And the repair station will be nice to have to prevent a repeat of what happened at the eastern border in this area. Time is going by relatively quickly when you're busy with a lot of things. If we hooked up all of the oil wells into a single tank, or maybe just a loading station, we would not have these issues anymore. Electricity problem. Must have been a fire that I clicked away. Or we're actually starting to run into electricity issues with my network running over capacity, which could be a problem. This area is definitely struggling. So we do have one area that is... oh my god. Okay. Why are you using that much electricity? All of a sudden. Everything was green before. Is this wire over capacity now? Oh my god, it is. Getting close to capacity. Well, I guess we might need to import electricity from another area to offload some of the load. Do we have electricity on that customs house? Yes, we do. So we can just hook that up and supply electricity from two sides, I guess. Interesting. Didn't expect that to happen. Like, I didn't think electricity would become an issue for us with 13 megawatt wires, but here we are. That technical office is proving to be mighty in the way. gonna replace it with one on that side, and then we can hook up the electric wire without issue. Shouldn't really block myself in on the switches like that. And also we're running over capacity in this area, so I think we will just need another substation. It's not running at capacity of like the substation. It was only at 1.45, but that's the limit of the underground wire that we're using, so it is at its limit. Thankfully we have plenty of transformers in the area, so hooking up more switches will not be a problem. Another autosave. And that should decrease the load in the area to reasonable levels. Also, maybe I'm running at a limit of the 5 megawatt wires that I hooked up as a source for each transformer, because I didn't think it would get to that. But here we are, basically building very tall towers that consume a lot of electricity. Can't really go above that, so we'll have to go underneath or around. I think around is probably our best bet. Metro platform still in the way. Go from this side. And then we hook up in here. Like so. That should offload some strain on that side. Here. Yeah, this one is running at capacity. And this one is at 10 megawatts. So very close to running over capacity too. And this one is also very stressed. No one waits here yet, please. Thank you. I don't know what uses so much electricity in the area. I guess there's a way to find out, we just have to look at things. Each residential building doesn't seem too bad. The freezer, 0.2 megawatts is quite high. Oh yeah, the water pumps, right. We built another water pump, that's the reason. Not sure why it's not using that electricity though, but I guess it's all hooked up to the same switch here. And the more electricity we are routing through this, the more we are going to run into issues. But if we start providing electricity into these power lines from the other side, I think we'll be fine. Just have to relocate the technical office, and then we can set up another import route. Which also tells us that we should really... Oh, we're only importing 12 megawatts. Well, that might also be a reason. 10 megawatts is not enough for import anymore. If we import from both sides, we'll be able to supply electricity to Hellas from both sides. But it tells us that we also need to set up a power plant. With the coal mine being over there, might be a way to do that. I think, though, we could find another use for our oil. So, setting up an oil power plant next to Kolata, and then getting a wire to deliver electricity to Klibriusk, which then heads over to Hellas, I guess. Seems reasonable. Construction train waiting too long? I mean, if the train is unloading. It is not here. So I guess you're blocking yourself going through the signals right now, trying to build things. It says it's red, but I don't know. Seems green to me. Probably just the chain signals and the train trying to head back and forth. I need to set these up as one-way lines. Yep, it was just blocking itself basically. Looks like we exported all crops already. And we're a billionaire now. We have 1.1 billion US dollars. Wood exports. What else do you need? If we could burn crops for electricity, maybe we should do that instead. I wanted to buy a tunnel boring machine for the eastern border, because I assumed that we would be getting to the tunnel at least, but I'm not so sure anymore. I think I'll build the repair station, so I don't have to worry about this. The trains can last a very long time. We only need a very small repair station to repair some vehicles, and then steel and repair components. We can deliver those. And the repair rail construction office would be in range for that. We'll build it. We'll give them another bus. And I don't think I need anything else. Dump truck. I need a dump truck. We have a dump truck. Seems to be in order. Yeah, let's just get a repair station set up. Spending millions on replacing vehicles doesn't really sound that great. And yeah, from the water purification plant we can basically have multiple underground water reservoirs that then spider out into an area up here, an area up here, each having their own reservoir. Wouldn't be the worst. I think we should probably set up the bus stop as well, both bus stops, and see if we can run a personal car route and see if it works. Like we'll get like 30 or 40 personal cars as a bus route and send them over here, filling up the area with traffic. I'm gonna get the cars. We will have to buy them in bulk. I should also favorite that car because it's probably going to become quite well used. I'm gonna start with 16 cars, see how it goes. This gas station will need fuel for our vehicles that arrive locally in the depots. That's what it's there for. We can wait until unloaded here, it's fine. Unless it causes a traffic jam with snowplows, but we'll see. I am a little bit tempted to have a road tunnel go underneath here so we can connect these two. Basically tunnel through this area and go past the loading point. But I guess we don't have that much traffic in between the two areas, and it could cause the vehicles to choose a route that is not the main road and look a little bit weird. Well, we're definitely running into electricity issues, that's for sure, at night, so we'll have to solve that very, very soon. Rolling blackouts. Or brownouts, or I don't know. What's the difference between a black and a brownout? I will need to look that up. But once we have these wires, I think things are going to improve. Hopefully. I also have to continue setting up the farm, but right now electricity has the priority, feels like. So it's a bit dangerous what's going on. Yep, that'll give us the connection as soon as the technical office is gone, and then hopefully the electricity issues will go away until we have our own power production set up. Most likely coal, oil. Might support it with coal, but we will need to spend the next research point on a oil power plant. Need 700 more people for that. Once we get Segaduara set up, we should not have problems with reaching that number. I am considering setting up another line of electricity. That wouldn't be useful. Yeah, Segaduara gets electricity from here anyway. So it will not have any power problems like Hellas does right now. Okay, electricity will be provided here fairly soon. We will have to solve the electricity issues before we can run a metro, because a metro on a network that doesn't have proper electricity is, well, terrible. But yeah, we should. I don't know why this one draws so much electricity. I mean, the pumps are connected, but I thought this one is closer. If I tell this to have higher power, oh yeah, now they're using it from this. Okay. So the higher priority is where the buildings actually connect to. So now we're drawing it through this area, and the town itself doesn't have any, or as many problems anymore. So if we have an area with a lot of electricity consumption, where we know we have a lot of pumps, we can consolidate that like so. Plus this has an above ground wire, high capacity. We're restricted to 5 megawatts per transformer, so we have to keep that in mind. We can't say, oh, we have plenty of capacity left. 5 megawatts because of the underground wires for high voltage, because I didn't want to have 7 or 12. Let's get our personal vehicle route set up. That one was intended to bring them to the inner town of Segatuaha. So it is different from the current firefighters working in that area. We're picking them up from here, the firefighters, right? We're not. We're picking them up from Hellas North then? I forgot where we pick up City 2 Segatuaha firefighters. Let me take a look. It is the university. Oh, it's an unnamed route. Segatuaha firefighters coming from Hellas University. I did a few things to improve performance and it's running a little bit better. Basically took down the view distance a little bit and put shadows one level down. The shadows still look fine. To me at least. Okay, I guess we're gonna run personal cars through this area too. Pick up any worker and bring them into town and let them work wherever they want, if they can find work here. Still need the bus stop here. Finish construction. But once it's up, first thing they could build is this bus stop. And then they should be able to, well, they will be told to walk from this bus stop to the bus platform. And from the bus platform they can reach different buildings. Unfortunately, all of the buildings are set to have 5 workers maximum each. But we'll see. Might increase that for a few of them. Let me know when the technical office is done so we can route the power through here. Having our own electricity production will be useful. The grid isn't really set up right now to allow us to prioritize domestic electricity from imported, but that would be another project that we could start at some point. So Masca is not giving any complaints anymore. Happiness has recovered. People are okay again. Just have to deal with the rage and sympathy over time that has developed while they were freezing to death. Notify me when that one is done. And that one. And last but not least, these 2 lines. And then I think our transformer's on fire again. Nope, rail construction office. Oh, maybe I click the transformer fire away right now. I guess it's too hot for the heating plants to be operating. Worst case scenario, we set up another substation with another high, above ground medium voltage wire and hook it up to this transformer, which isn't used that much. But yeah, running the metros will require more electricity, so we have to stabilize our network. Make sure we don't have a disco at night where some buildings flicker their electricity. So far it seems to be okay again. This one struggling with capacity a bit. Or, well, getting close to it. This one has the full 2.45 capacity. But if we set up more water pumps, then yeah, we would definitely run into issues. I will set up the new substation hooked up to a different transformer, just to provide a little bit of redundancy, I think. And we're gonna use an above ground wire. Now it's trying to snap to everything. Jesus Christ, this is difficult. $600 more people to get the next research point. As I said, research point would definitely be spent on the oil power plant. We already have access to the coal power plant if we want that. That would be something for the steel mill area. But an oil power plant would be easier to set up on the eastern border, and yeah, we could provide electricity to our existing network. Send it over to Klibriusk with a high voltage line. Over the hill, past the gravel processing into the switch, and have the oil power plant somewhere where we will have a bus route, I think. Without a bus route, seems like that might be a problem. You are hiding in here, saying you're gonna go to a repair station when in fact you are not. What's the price for wood these days? Wood price has crashed back down to 3,360. I expect this to change again very soon though. So we basically had another peak. And probably the next peak is going to be 40,000 or something. I don't know. It seems like every time I load a save game, it goes crazy. Technical office is ready. Let's change the location of these vehicles, and then we will have to tear down the road and tear down the building. Will take a little bit, but we do have a demolition office that is fairly good at its job, so it won't take forever. I guess other construction offices are now starting to build things here. I guess then we're just gonna turn everything on. You're definitely not Tuseni. Your construction office, Sigadwara 1 and 2. Road construction still isn't done, so we can't check the footpath. But hopefully soon. We had set it up so people can move to the area, so we can set everything up to be constructed. But we still have to build a school and probably a kindergarten, although With that many workers, maybe the kindergarten isn't as urgent as I think it is. Let's check on the repair station at the eastern border. It has been set up. We need one open hull truck, one covered hull truck. Not covered, yes, covered hull truck. Covered hull truck is right. And then we'll set them to be waiting until unloaded in this repair station. No repair cancel allowed. Maximum of 5 workers. 35, 35, 25, 5, I think were the numbers. Yep, exactly the same amount of plastics and electronic components, mechanical components being the most of both, of all resources. And then yeah, we will basically have one garage free for vehicles to drive in here to repair. The rest is occupied, the other 2 are occupied by trucks bringing in resources. This will tell you to... should I tell you to wait until unloaded? I think so. It would be better with a warehouse, definitely. But it should still work. Unfortunately, we will be loading a lot of unnecessary fabric into the trucks. 1%, 10%, sorry. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 50, 60. And then 40% for these. That should be it. I don't think we need a truck in here, but I will get one. Construction offices and the rare construction office are on range. And the fire truck, okay, I guess the fire truck is also getting wear and tear, just sitting around not doing anything. We will leave it at 50% steel, because I don't want to fill this up with too much steel. Okay, now we have a functioning repair station here. Whenever we unload workers, some of them can make their way here. I think 5 is too many, let's limit it to 2. And they can repair vehicles as they break down, which means the rare construction office should work basically as long as it wants to. Let's also test if the game still crashes when we buy a train. It does not. Oh, nice. Then that way we will have a tunnel boring machine, and we can start the tunnel construction in this area from the eastern side too. Forget to it. We still need a sports facility, I think. I'm not 100% sure anymore. Some buildings can be missing in the beginning. We have a very stable nation. Plus they can use the personal vehicles to... Well, actually we're not... I haven't planned the picking up of people to go to a different town from this area. Bus stops are both ready, so now we can set up the personal vehicle route. I had this open for a while, just for that reason. In the beginning only workers. Don't need anything else right now. And we are going to pick them up from Hellas University. We're not going to use line spacing, but we will send them... Well, I guess, yeah, no line spacing, no end station. They're just going to refuel on the existing network. Hopefully... Hopefully our gas station network is robust, otherwise we will have to make an adjustment a little bit earlier than anticipated. There'll be a few cars, some workers. 4 workers per car, constantly driving back and forth. And yeah, maybe we'll need another gas station around here. I guess we can start building the second farm. I really need to get to laying down the fields. That is still open. I should not have the crossing here. That would potentially... Does it matter? No, it doesn't. We can have the crossing. There's going to be a lot of area to place full of fields. Make it look acceptable. Still areas that need construction, eh? Oh, it's the road depot. But that makes sense because we will have to continue flattening the area for more road to go to the eastern border. I haven't set up the eastern border in a way that allows long trains to go here, have I? No, most definitely not. That would be a rework that we could do once we have this area set up. And yeah, this one can basically handle the demolition and the extension. We really want to have long trains go to this side. Or is it set up for that? Wait, it is set up for that. Wow. Okay. I did not expect that. We can also move this crossing, the switch back out here instead. But yeah, this should be enough distance. Shortest train track has enough room. Cool, then we can have the grain trains go to the eastern side, giving us a lot of rubles. Because exporting to the west does not really do anything for us. There's our rail construction, almost at the tunnel, about 400 meters it looks like. Yep. With the bend it's a little bit more, but 450 meters. How far is the demolition? It's a lot of waste pickup, I guess. And we did remove most of the waste trucks from the demolition office. Do we have any traffic jams? No, we're almost at the level again of having no waste issues here. I'm gonna get some waste trucks. Does the KMZ drive fast? 80. What is the western truck for the same purpose? Also 80. 177 kilowatts of engine power. $154. Less engine power means less fuel consumption, which means less fuel waste, but I think we're going to replace them with Western vehicles. Much cheaper, easier to maintain. Replacement vehicles won't drive down our bank account in the future. I think that'll be okay. I should do another steel export just to have... Well, actually no. The inflation in rubles is so high right now that... Oh, okay, so this does lead to issues then. That's unfortunate. We can't tell you to wait in this area instead of this one, then yeah, we'll have problems. Let's see if any of our vehicles will run out of fuel. I still have to get 2 fuel trucks for these. No electricity just yet, but we're working on it. Let's get the fuel truck set up. The customs house is getting pretty busy with all of those personal vehicles going to it. Feels like. Maybe personal cars aren't going to be the solution. Maybe if we have a dedicated customs house, maybe we could pick them up from Tabovina, the Snotov customs. Drive all the way over here to pick them up instead. Could be a possibility. We will use the wait until unloaded because those are drive-through gas stations and they will hopefully be fine. Fuel for the highway gas station number 1. You're going to be on that route too, except we're going to switch the gas station. And then basically rename that to the second gas station. And that will provide fuel for vehicles traveling to and from the area. Workers need to go here. Anyone brought here by car needs to go to the other bus platform. They realized that we basically didn't need any workers here, so hopefully the new ones will be able to do that. I should check some of the cars right now. We might have to unload them as a transfer. Also, we're sending a lot of personal cars here now. That's the Segadoara one. But yeah, they are going pretty quickly through the bus platform. Now they are picking up people. Excellent. 4 hours. We got 4 hours to bring them over there. Should be in range. Most of the time. Maybe not during winter. I will set up a warehouse for the vehicle repair station as well. I think. Okay, I mean, we only need that road for now. In the future we can extend that, I guess. Seems to be okay. Yeah, if this causes traffic jams, then we're gonna have a problem. The traffic jam doesn't seem to be repeatable. Like, if you put a save down and then you load the save game, the vehicle basically then can enter the gas station. I don't know what the issue is. Maybe it's the fast speed of the game and the vehicle not being exactly where it should be. But I have no idea. I'm just guessing. How's the metro construction going along? Underground area getting a little bit cluttered with all sorts of things. Well, we're building both tunnels, one of them at 160 work days, so up to 4 more construction tasks before we can start drilling out these. How's the wood price? Any change? Oh, it's going back up, I think. 4,000. Felt like it was going up again. I have to wait and see. I also need a gas station over here, I think. Probably a double gas station again, once we have the steel setup planned out. And the coal mine. The coal mine will have to happen first, so we'll get the road all the way to the coal mine, which will need the rail connection, so we have trains. And then with both of them in place, we can think about a steel mill setup, I think. Yeah, we have some workers. And they can walk to whichever construction site they want locally. Also need to set up electricity and everything for the area. That is still a thing that I have to do. Water and sewage has been set up. Electricity and also importantly waste have not been set up yet. And the traffic signs. Oh, those traffic signs also need to be set up. I will try and get electricity through the road connection here if possible. Get them through this hill, if it lets us. Make sure to not get in the way of the water too much. And that'll be our first electric wire. Waste storage wise, we will have to have a waste storage on the road connected for our hospital, which can deal with some other buildings in the area. To wait for the road to get built first. Then we'll have a waste storage in between the houses over here. It'll hopefully cover all of them. And then we need to add waste storages to this area as well. We'll start with just a large waste storage next to the shopping center, dealing with whatever that building is, the police station, shopping center, water purification plant. I don't know who covers the pub. Pub might be out of range for everyone right now. But it's not too difficult to give it a waste storage as well. Have something over here dealing with buildings in the area. Oh yeah, we have electricity over here. Right. I remember. Well, I didn't, but I see it. So now we can hook it up. So will the pub need a waste storage? Yes. Does it have to be a large one? Probably not. But some other residential buildings could also benefit from an extra storage here. We'll just place a regular one. And then have the potential for footpaths going past here. For the kindergarten, school, etc. Well, if I do that, and I do value not having too many pedestrian crossings over the road, that looks a little bit silly, I will make the waste storage face this way and hook up to this footpath instead. And then we have the pedestrian crossing over here instead. $450 citizens left to maybe get our research point. Traffic jam. Gas station again, so this won't work. This will not work with wait until unloaded then. Unless we use the smaller truck, I guess. Maybe a smaller truck wouldn't run into these issues. We'll just let it drive back and forth forever. With not waiting until unloaded then, I guess. Could make it a drive-through gas station, but it's overkill for this area. But a lot of vehicles seem to want to use it. Especially since it's the pickup location for construction equipment, construction material. Open hull and covered hull, and also the citizen goods. And everything is aligned, so they basically refuel wherever they can. Tourism can only expand once we have the electricity sorted. We do have another substation here now. Since this one is set to high priority, it's basically trying to prioritize that one. We could set both of them to high priority and see what it does. Is it trying to balance between those two now? Seems like it. That seems like it works as it should. Yeah. Electricity could become an issue. This area also has sufficient electricity now. Although we're also close to 1 megawatt, so capacity is also struggling a little bit. Let's hook up the new electricity connection to offload some of that strain. Is that straight line okay? I think it is, right? I don't want to go there and then there and then there. Just straight lining through the countryside. Yeah, oil power plant will have to happen with the next research point. For that we will need this area to basically be set up. Also, I guess the workers will try to work in facilities in this area, which is maybe not ideal when the temperatures start dropping. But turning all of them off manually now is also a little bit annoying. I mean, we could start building the heating plant, right? If we had the heating plant up and running, then people could walk into the areas as much as they want. We also need to bring some water and sewage handling to this area. Or just drive it here by truck from the water purification plant for the time being. And have it be picked up by a sewage truck, and I guess the sewage truck... I don't really have a sewage unloading station in the area, I should. I think the sewage pipe we can hook up already. We can use the... Sewage will be a problem. Going through the mountain and all that. Maybe this area needs to not have running water. Digging out the sewage pipe right now would take a while. We'll instead place a sewage unloading station. This doesn't need any workers, so it doesn't need any pedestrian sidewalks. And then the sewage pipe can hook up into a switch that just goes along this area. If the slope plays nicely with us, of course. Sewage pumping stations I would like to avoid, but only if it works. Water pipes getting in the way. Before we commit to that, let's see if the sewage pipe can now be placed. The building is in the way, but what happens if we go here? Okay, let's turn that around again. That'll work. And we have our sewage unloading connection in this area. And the sewage pipe can continue from this area as well. So that way we will have the ability to use the water in the sewage truck. They will have to go into town to unload and go back out. Hopefully that'll work for them, because that's what they will have to do. One water truck, sewage. I'm gonna use these waste trucks. And 2 snowplows. For the time being. Probably more snowplows. Looks like a vehicle is back to trying to get repairs. If that happens to all of our logging camps, that's gonna get quite annoying. But at least it's an easy solve. Just teleport them back home and they can get repairs locally. Okay. This is a probably well used repair station, so we're going to fill it up with steel for sure. But 1 delivery of components should be enough, going to the warehouse. For the time being, both materials will have to be picked up locally from the Hellas warehouses area by the appropriate vehicles. Customs house really that busy? I mean, the personal cars are putting some undue stress on this, for sure. I guess they will have their downside, but if we send them to a customs house that isn't used for anything else, then I guess it'll be fine. We just have to get a connection to Snotov, I guess. And then we could send them there however much we want. The truck delivering steel will just wait inside the repair station. And the truck delivering the other components will wait in the warehouse once it's done. I don't think we'll need a larger repair station in the area. But who knows, with us trying to use personal vehicles, anything could happen. I need to set up the storage capacity for the truck so it doesn't use too much storage capacity for one type of component. 40% mechanical components, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. That's basically what I've been using these days. So we'll add the repair station for now, so the unloading goes directly here. And once the warehouse is set up and we have set up the materials, We will reroute this delivery route. Sigadoha components towards the repair station. Don't allow repair cancel. Get 3 trucks to drive to other buildings if you need to repair something locally. We also need to... I should get a vehicle depot, shouldn't I? I usually don't build vehicle depots that much. I will get one for the area. And that way we can hook up the other vehicles, like our trucks bringing food, alcohol, clothing, electronics, chemicals, all of that good stuff. Meat. Can't forget about meat. So crops isn't that cheap to the west. We are getting a decent amount of money. It's just that wood exports have basically corrupted us, spoiled us, however you want to call it. We're getting way too much money for wood, unfortunately. Let's smoothen out this terrain, unless we don't have the vehicles here right now. We do. There are some rocks in the way which are going to be annoying. I'm just going to ignore them by building a road here and putting some trees down. How far are we going to go? Probably about... Oh, there's another rock here. Dang it. Then probably about this far until we see the rock. There it is. This yellow bit here. You can see it maybe. We're not going to go past that. We're going to stay here. There's not much to say about placing down a bunch of fields, I would say. And I know that sounded maybe a little bit silly. But yeah, what am I supposed to say about this? I'm just placing a bunch of fields. Hopefully to use them next year for increasing our harvest. And we have a lot of area to still keep going on about placing more and more. So we will have another rail crossing, I think, to get to Valoka, which is just a name tag that will be removed. If we can, we'll name this like Fields, Tapovina Fields 1, something like that. And hopefully we can remove that one instead. I don't know how far we can go with the fields, like how much capacity the farm has. I will give them a few. There's not going to be any trees right next to the rail track, please. Thank you. And then we have to still develop this area, I assume, and go this way for, I don't know how far. Depends on, I mean, this farm is probably developing all of this, not this area. This area I don't know, probably no fields here, not sure yet. Might have a single road leading into it and some small fields against the grain silo. This is still open. Metro line done. Let's get the rail construction office from the other construction task and start assigning it here. Tunnel boring machine can come here first and drill out the 15,000 workdays of tunnel construction before we send in any workers to build the tunnel out of bricks. And then the rail line. Okay, let's send our other construction officers here to assist. Things are a little bit slow, might as well. We can get heating set up soon and electricity, then we can start letting the workers just work all of these facilities without having to worry about them getting a cold. Since we are still bringing 4 workers per car. I think the roundabout can be a roundabout, so they have to follow the rules in this one, instead of doing a left-hand turn to drive out of it. And I guess this will be the first one to also receive proper traffic signs. Still no power supply. We need this transformer for that. Let's also send some assistance to the construction of our transformers in the area. A waste storage will have to be built for this area in general. I think I might move the fire station a little bit somewhere else. Turn this into the waste storage and have the fire station be maybe over here instead. Get repair materials. Seems fine. But yeah, let's send our existing construction officers over to assist. We have so many vehicles. Should be fine. Population dropped a bit because the 21-year-olds can't really move into a flat, so they probably cause a lot of emigration right now, which is fine. Yeah, emigration is fairly high. But we don't need any extra population growth. We know that as soon as we start expanding our housing, then they will move in there instead. So the escapes are not the main problem. Birth rate exceeding death rate by a fair bit, so we're doing very well. And escape rate is definitely not because of unhappiness or low loyalty. It's because of lack of housing. I wonder if you could do a run where you try to not have any 21-year-olds without their own flat escape from your town. Would be a little bit difficult to track, I guess, but at some point I guess it would start becoming noticeable. And you could use the medical university to slow down birth rate at that point. So I guess Segaduaha will give us 2 research points. One for the settlement, and one fairly soon after for exceeding 22,500 citizens. Probably more, fairly soon. But yeah, the first research is already determined. The oil power plant. If I let the road construction equipment drive around on its own, it would probably be faster, because right now all of the trucks are doing their own thing. So we'll leave the checkbox disabled. Not sure why you're not helping with anything. Makes me wonder if I should relocate everything over to you and then turn off the checkbox. Turn on the checkbox and disable you picking up resources. But you need that setting, otherwise you won't be able to help with maintenance of the other construction office. Is the road construction done? Not yet. We're moving towards it very slowly. Hopefully soon we can check if this sewage discharge is in maintenance range. The other road construction over here is done. I do not want any personal cars traveling along here, and right now they are. So we will tell them that this is only for service vehicles, no personal cars allowed. You will have to go along the main road. Well, I didn't copy the tasks and schedules over for the new technical office. I forgot about that. But we can just copy this technical office over and have the same assignments. Mainly water and sewage for the rail construction office. Okay, almost at the tunnel. Well, 2 tunnels really. Or with the tunnel boring machine, it hopefully won't take too long. And the same should be true on the eastern side, although somehow we get way fewer workers there. I wonder if they decrease the amount of workers you get based on how you treat them. Because we haven't been treating them too well. They've been working in their own filth. They don't have any drinking water, really. Maybe we should treat them a little bit better, and we would get more workers. Because we've been picking all of them up, for sure. Do have the capacity for that. We would need to carry waste away. and water and sewage. So let's give them a free technical office to do that. Prices, very nice looking. We don't need that much capacity because we don't have a substation, so... ZIL30 will do fine. They did increase the internal capacity of buildings, it looks like, which is nice. Water, sewage, and waste. We need another waste truck. Okay, so our fuel supply seems to be insufficient in the way that these gas stations are not running anymore because they don't have electricity. So we will have to work on that. Actually, they never had electricity. We're still working on that. Pretty bad. I might have to spend a bit of time now picking out the vehicles that run out of fuel. Can we prioritize the transformer and this high voltage wire to make the problem go away, please? And another one. We can set those two up, then the gas stations will have fuel. I guess they also are draining the fuel from the repair station area at that point. Shouldn't they be able to? I guess once they are out on the main road, they can't really find a way to turn around to get there, which makes sense. But yeah, we almost have electricity, and then the gas stations can start becoming operational and the problem will go away. Just gotta finish laying down the groundworks here and then building the transformer itself. We have our water treatment plant. I will wait until we have the vehicle depot here before I start purchasing the vehicles necessary to bring chemicals and citizen goods to the area. I'll leave the shopping center as is, I think. Fuel, we'll also have to bring fuel over there, which will be handled by a dedicated fuel truck. That will then also have to supply a local gas station. Not sure where to put the gas station yet. If I put it in here, then a lot of vehicles will drive into the city and back out. A better option might be somewhere in this area, maybe on this road, next to the transformers, because then they could refuel and turn out left. Could lead to other issues with the traffic going to and from this future steel mill, but I guess we could also have a gas station on both sides. And the other option is for them to go out here and refuel on those gas stations. And at most they would have to drive over here to turn around and go back into the city. Road clearing is back in business. Setting up the technical office next to Tabovina was definitely the correct choice. We are bringing our own workers here to work in the rail construction office, and we're not taking the waste away, so we are creating a little bit of a health hazard by having pollution spread in that location. But it's for the greater good, so it's fine. Power line has been constructed. We're importing 7+ megawatts of electricity from that substation transformer switch. I guess it's all of them. So hopefully electricity issues on the high voltage wires are reduced now. This wire is not red anymore, it's yellow, so bringing more electricity from this side definitely helped. And I guess we're also getting electricity through the town from this switch which also goes via underground switches on this side back into town. This way, yep. So we have a little bit of a balance. Increasing the size of Hellas would be a little bit difficult, since the electrical grid is not designed for it. And reworking the electrical grid is a challenge. So maybe we'll do it. We would have to rip out some of the high voltage wires and replace them with larger ones. And plan the high voltage wires going around the city. With, I guess the wires going around the city wouldn't be too difficult, because they would just get an additional underground 12 megawatt wire. And then we'd be future-proof for a double-sized city, which we definitely won't get. Heating plant is ready. Don't have the coal storage set up yet. I have to make a decision if I want this to be built in that fashion, with the coal storage being here, or that way, with the coal storage being here. I think this would be probably the easiest. I don't know if 6 heat exchangers are a lot. And the heating in this area is going to be way more efficient than the one we've set up in Hellas. So I guess this will be fine. This will be a different heating setup, I guess. Make it slightly asymmetrical. It's symmetrical, never mind. And this will be a dead end to be used for coal delivery by truck for the time being. We do need a tower regardless, otherwise with a truck delivery we don't need a tower, because they will push it into the building. I think I'm gonna go to the other setup. It'll also make it easier to hook up the train line in the future. We'll build the other heating plant next to this. And then we have a conveyor engine in between both of them. Just for planning. This is not going to get built yet. And 1 aggregate storage to basically hold the coal for the area, which then can get its coal delivered by an aggregate unloading station by trains from somewhere. There will be plenty of connections for that, and we can also think about setting up the brick production line here, if we want to. Which will probably get its own storage. We're not going to take it off this one, but there could be a conveyor engine that goes into another storage, and then we have the brick production facility feeding the bricks back into the rail network. Heating problem, Segaduara, yep. No workers here, please. First residential building is up. We could move people in already. I think I'll hold off a little bit. Seems like that is a better decision right now. Once the university is set up, we will also have to disable workers in that area. Same for the hospital. But that should be the last worker building right now. And we can set up the remaining facilities like the kindergarten and the school after people have moved in, I think. Sports facility also needs to be built. But yeah, probably can do that a little bit later. Still waiting on the electricity. Where are you guys? Sending buses here right now? Yeah, thank you. After that, the gas stations should become operational, and refueling for our personal cars going to the area should be no problem anymore. I really want to try parking lots with longer distances. I wish we could set parking lots to have a dedicated destination, so they could reach something out of range. Either they're like 2.5 kilometers around themselves, or you can say cars from this parking lot drive to the parking lot over there. Or maybe a group of parking lots or something. Next tunnel for the metro is done. So this is one more assignment that we need to do. And then we have 2 more. And then we reach the end station in this area, which is currently clipping through this waste storage that we will remove. Instead use that one. And then we can run the metro. And I think the electric issues have been resolved. It looked like. I think the electricity is relatively stable. I'm not sure how much electricity the metro is going to use. We'll find out. Maybe the free gas station could already be removed. That's useful. Especially for the asphalt pavers and rollers. Still no electricity here. Oh, well, the switch hasn't been built yet either, so... But we do have road cranes. We do have workers heading here, so that should be done in a hot minute. Probably by these guys. No, they're going to a transformer. Probably by these guys. Also transformer. I'm not going to repeat it. High voltage wire. I like the raised terrain on one side. Could have had a little bit of a hill here, but no, we're going to use a flat bridge all the way to the ground. Well, we have all of the transformers set up. Wires are still being built. We have to set up electricity to this area to provide heating. We need to bring coal here, for which we have to build the coal storage. However, we are not going to build this heating plant yet. But the storage will be fine. Bring the coal to the storage, run the heating plant until we have it hooked up to a rail system. So the last thing we need to set up is electricity here. And I don't think I have a substation yet. No. One substation should be enough for the time being. We'll get the repair station, all of the construction offices, etc. Underground wire along the road. A little bit along the road, please. I wish these corners would look a little bit better, but I guess it is what it is. We'll get that one dug out, provide electricity to the area, which will mean that the heating plant can actually start running. I mean, it can start running without electricity, it just can't pump the heat out of it. We have electricity over here already, so this area has been hooked up. And yeah, once the heating plant is up, we have workers for it and we have coal, then heat will provide it to the town and we can start moving people in. We will need a bus route from this bus platform to this area, this bus stop, which will cover heating, the repair station, and that's about it for the time being. Water purification is handled locally inside the town. Yeah, I think the town is getting close to actually being able to start running. And since we had electricity in the town, that also meant that the switch has been built. So that should mean that these gas stations now have electricity. And vehicles can be refueled from here. They can drive all the way here, at which point if they realize they need to refuel, they can turn around. Otherwise, hopefully they have enough fuel to get in range to this gas station, which should be about 2 kilometers. And they don't realize that they need to refuel with no fuel in the tank. They do have a decent amount of fuel still left to drive, so you don't need a perfect overlap between everything. That will be fine. Still waiting on the depot. Guess we could start bringing meat here. I said I wanted to wait for the depot, and I guess I will. Give me a notification when that one is done, and we'll set up the vehicles that we already can: chemicals, meat, food, and the other resources for our citizens will have to wait a little bit. Alcohol will get a dedicated truck waiting until unloaded here. That might be a little bit of a tough ask. I think the truck bringing alcohol will be the same that brings clothing and electronics right now. And we might have 2 of them because the delivery route is quite lengthy. Might even need 3 or 4 food trucks to make sure the food supply is safe until we get the train line hooked up. But I don't mind, we can make good use out of our road network. It's being cleared mostly. This one, the snowplow is so strong, he's clearing both roads at the same time. Population went down quite a bit. But we still have plenty of 21-year-olds without their own flats, so it is what it is. We'll improve our population with the new town. Rail construction over here is done, isn't it? Seems to be. So I guess that rail construction office is now kinda obsolete. We have to empty it out, basically. It was only 1 rail construction vehicle, but it did a really good job. However, for the time being, we will start tearing up this rail construction office. Or do I want to keep it here? I said it was temporary, but do I want to keep it here if I start expanding off of this area? Also, we still need the rail line going into the 3rd farm, so no, you have to stay here. Sorry. You'll be here for a bit. Okay. 2 more tunnels for the metro, plus 2 after those. 2 more assignment tasks in total. This tunnel has already been bought out, so only 1500 more workdays, which will still take a while, but the main task has been completed. And I guess we might have reached the other tunnel on our route to getting EDK construction vehicles. Maybe we're starting the tunnel boring process here. Okay, we still have a little bit to go, but after 5 workdays, then we can start the tunnel boring. And I should make it so that this rail line has like the ability for trains to... I guess they're constructing on both sides. I was wondering if I should put a switch here. I think I should. We'll build that. And after that, I want to set up this rail line all the way over here, can become a one-way track. Can't really place the signals down yet. Yeah, they should build both of these. Up to the tunnel. And the switch. The switch. W50 road cranes. We might be able to just switch to the really expensive ones, but as our rubles are not that stable. I mean, if we weren't getting foreign manpower, they would be. It's all the rail construction from the eastern border that is taking up all of our materials. Start building all of these, please. And that one, I guess. Sewage unloading station. So the waste delivery. I need to set up the waste delivery too. I don't want them to drive all the way out of town. Since the transportation route for the other setups worked so well, we're going to reuse that in this area. The waste trucks will basically dump their waste into a centralized waste storage. And from that waste storage we will be sending it out of town. Now the question is, where will I put those? Because I don't know yet. I was considering putting it on either this highway road or this one, but then the waste trucks that sent the waste out would need to go back. I think this road would be the best, because yes, they might go a longer path back to the technical office, but they might also decide that they have to go back into town, and then it would be on the correct route. I think this side is probably the proper one. So we'll set up 2 waste storages with the potential for having 3 or 4. Hellas needed more. I don't know if this town will need that. A central waste storage for the delivery, and 1 waste storage for picking them up. Hello, do anyone know when the next stream for the project with the Centralrat is? It was one today. Robert Duck was streaming today. I don't know when Berdiger, who is the next streamer to take on the project again, will continue. So I'm not 100% sure when the next one will be. Let's redo that. Basically, all 5 of our streamers have gone through a session. I don't know if Robert Duck completed his session or if he has to stream again. But yeah, looks fairly good. We'll set it up like so instead. That way, this is going to be the central delivery. This is going to be the first pickup location. And we'll set the technical office to drop the waste into this one. And we will have one hazardous waste truck waiting in here. And 1 or 2 mixed waste trucks waiting in here to remove the waste from the area. Don't work in this one, please. Thank you. And yeah, if they need to go back to town, they can turn around on that corner, I guess. Alternatively, I hook it up to... No, it should be on the bridge. I can't hook it up here, that doesn't make any sense. But having the junction that close to another junction, I don't like it. I think I'm gonna flip it around. We'll have the road connection over on... I mean, there's not really... I guess I can elevate everything to about this height. I'll have the waste storage up here instead. It really needs to flatten this out. This is not looking great. I worry that it will break everything if I start road connections here. So we'll try and flatten this down a little bit before we do that. Okay, that is acceptable. And now we need all waste storages back. This is a good enough gap, so it doesn't look too horrible. Plus the vehicles from the highway have to wait anyway. Okay, this seems okay to me. We can work with that. I think that train is probably waiting for the tunnel boring machine to be done. Or maybe we're building the switch right now, which would also be fine. Tunnel boring machine, not yet, but this one's almost done. And then we can place the first signal, I guess. I guess the tunnel boring machines here will also have to wait until we set up the first, the entrance of the tunnel. So they won't be the first vehicle to arrive for those construction tasks. Two police cars, 4, maybe 6 ambulances. Potential for helicopters in this area definitely present. Unless I forget about it and build something else on top of it. Vehicle depot, 1 more delivery of boards, and then we can set up the chemical deliveries to the water purification plant, as well as the resource deliveries to the shopping center area. water loading, sewage unloading, mixed and hazardous waste, and that should be it. The other waste types will only become relevant if we start recycling, and I will have to take precautions on that before I actually start thinking about doing that. Can't just turn it on and then hope for the best. Road construction seems to be done, so now we should be able to see if our construction office can do maintenance along the footpath. Yes, it can. So we don't have to build any extra construction offices, they can just drive through here and perform maintenance on the sewage discharge from within Segaduaha range. I don't know how much further we could go, but it's pretty nice that this works. Pretty happy about that. If it was like slightly out of range, or we would have not been able to go through the footpath, it wouldn't have been too difficult of a change to make to get it to be functional. But this way was the best outcome. It's really good. I think once the temperatures climb to like 16 degrees plus, earliest mid-April, we will start moving people in here, regardless of how far along we are. Because everything should be basically in set up the way it should be. 15% for you is 30, 45, and then 55. And we need chemicals here. Let me get the settings for another construction, for another storage, and just copy them over. This one doesn't have chemicals. Let's use the one from Old Town, which actually has the chemicals. 15, 15, 50, 10, 10. Okay, yeah, we'll use that. That makes sense. That's 7, that's 30, that's 80. And then 10% for each of you. And we have to start bringing resources here by truck. Once the vehicle depot is up. Need to set up this storage. I think it was 35, 35, 25, and well, 5. Although we don't need that much fabric here. I could reduce that in for something else, but it's fine. We'll move our covered hull truck over to now unload and stay inside the warehouse. Unload everything. And then wait until you unload it on mechanical components. So you don't run around willy-nilly. You wait until mechanical components run out. And then you run again. Because mechanical components are the resource that are used up the most. Okay, you shouldn't really be waiting that way. We need a switch here too, I guess. This rail construction wasn't really set up properly with all standards in place. I mean, hopefully we can finish this. That would solve it. We didn't finish that construction. What the hell? Are we running... Do we not get enough workers here anymore or something? Looks like it. Maybe... Oh, maybe the fire station is way too large. We need to restrict that to 10 workers. If we're constantly bringing workers here by bus, then it would be fine, but we're also using personal vehicles. And they are going to the fire station first before the rail construction office. This one will definitely get torn down. This is not going to stay as permanent as the one in Tapovina. Tapovina is also basically needs a proper rail construction office. Tapovina is also nicely central, on the eastern side. So if you have a rail construction office here, maybe a rail construction office over here, they could reach fairly far and assist in all construction projects. Vehicle depot seems to be finishing up. I'm gonna start with 3 food trucks and 2 trucks for the other materials, for the other citizen goods, and a refrigerated truck. So 5 of those and 1 refrigerated truck should hopefully be enough. We also need coal. I will use the fast coal trucks in this case because it's a very long route along an asphalt road. So we're gonna get the coal trucks for this. 2 trucks. Still need the storage for it, but we're almost ready. And I guess the substation also needs construction. And then we'd be ready to run heating in the area. I'm gonna tell you to send all workers to the fire station because the heating plant doesn't work right now. Fire station and repair station. Oh, there's still a road here. That's fine. Okay. Gotta wait for the trucks to get here. Hopefully get a basic supply of resources. We still have to set up the school, which is important. The kindergarten, less so, but it'll make sure that everything runs really well. I think I should plan the kindergarten first. The school won't be imminently urgent, but it'll start being requested fairly soon. A small kindergarten. A medium-sized kindergarten, not the smallest one. Footpath connection, probably from back here. Or just from the road, but both connections are okay. That way, I think. Why are you not? Oh, you're not centered because this is an entrance building entrance, and thus you are a little bit off. So this will work fine. And then we need our footpath over here. Shouldn't have removed that one, I guess. Get the kindergarten planned and started. Get this one hooked up here, and this footpath connection built, and then no problem reaching the residential buildings in this area, and we will have a row of residential buildings up against the hill to expand our population at some point. But first, I think a small school will be... Okay, let's build a medium school. I will have a medium school and multiple medium kindergartens. We can have the same thing over here. And as long as we have range to the bus platform, we can deliver all students to the area. One way or another. Ideally they would be in walking distance, but might not be that way. We also need a sports facility. Maybe the school should be over here. I'm gonna relocate the school because there will be citizens living over here, and the citizens in this area would be way too far away for that school anyway. I declare, yeah, it's too far. So they will have a bus route, but they might be in walking distance of the school. So the school over here would make more sense. So there's a plan for a footpath up this hillside, and then from there students could walk in to this area. And these ones can walk in from that side. Kindergarten is fine because it's only really intended for the local area. But we will build some other houses or other facilities here instead, which will make more sense. Let's start bringing goods to the area. All vehicles have arrived. Let's put down the game speed a little bit. I might need more refrigerated trucks. I don't think so, so we'll start with one. Start bringing meat here. This one can wait until unloaded. Sigadora Duara. I'm gonna copy that. Meat shopping center. From the shopping center there will be truck routes going into all sorts of like grocers, maybe multiple stores or something. Yeah. Go deliver meat. Next one. The route for chemicals. Basically for all citizen goods. How am I going to organize that? I think I put all of the citizen goods on one truck and then have 4 trucks running the route, and then 1 truck from the warehouse to this thing. And then I guess I need another small truck to move the alcohol. So we have food, alcohol, clothing. I shouldn't know. Food is so important, it should be its own route. We'll make food its own route. Food is important enough for that to be the case. No wait until unloaded. But we might have to increase the amount of vehicles at some point. We'll set 3 trucks to it because the delivery route is a little bit far. And we also have to build an end station to make sure the line spacing works a little bit. Probably an end station when they come out of town next to the gas stations. And then this truck can refuel the end station as well. I want to make this look a little bit better than directly connecting it to the road. So we'll use a one-way road instead. As an on-off ramp kind of thing. So basically allowing the vehicle to accelerate to speed and to get off the road here, decelerating. And then it can just hook up here. And hook up here. In reality, this would lead to traffic issues, I think, because the vehicles coming out of the end station would interfere with the vehicles going to the gas station. But in game terms, this is not a problem, and also it will make sure that the fuel truck can actually get from the end station to to the area over here. Next up, the other resources. Also from that warehouse. Chemicals, clothing, electronics and alcohol need to be delivered to this warehouse. And we need to set up the correct ratios in the vehicle. We'll shut off everything. We don't need that many chemicals, but chemicals are important to have. I'm going to put 20% on chemicals. What if we give everything 20%? I don't want to run out of chemicals. Electronics and clothing will be annoying if we run out, but it will not lead to immediate disaster. If we run out of chemicals, the water storage will run out and then we have a disaster. I guess we can go down 1 for the alcohol. I mean, the chemicals could also be delivered directly here by road, but I do like the idea of having a dedicated storage. We go down for alcohol by 1 and go up for electronics by 1. Copy that to another vehicle and send them out. Segaduara Citizen Goods Shopping Center. And then we need 2 more trucks, 1 for alcohol and 1 for chemicals to the water purification plant. Go here, load alcohol, bring it to the pub, wait until unloaded. Segaduara, alcohol, pub. Gonna type it before the autosave finishes. Hopefully no typo. And then the last truck would deliver the chemicals from the warehouse to the water purification plant. Benefit if I had a benefit opposed to if I had a direct route, this will throw a warning if I run out of chemicals. There's no warning message for that except production will stop. And also here, wait until unloaded. And this is chemicals for the water treatment, please. Thank you. Yeah. Ignore it. Maybe the personal cars should be buses. The issue with the fire station remains, but it looks like we're bringing enough workers now. Or maybe a bus arrived recently. I don't know. We'll just let it run. That should be all of the citizen goods. Citizens will have to make their own water, I guess, but as soon as they start producing it, it should become available instantly for all of them. The sewage unloading station has also been set up. The waste storage has not been set up yet. We will need 3 waste trucks, I think, to make that run. 3 skip loaders. 1 for hazardous waste, 2 for mixed waste. And they have to bring it all the way over to the Hellas train yard. And that might also be another setup. At some point there will be a train station here, but since this is going to be a very polluting area, we could also have the incinerator over here. Though I think the incinerator could be its own settlement, basically, somewhere else. We're nearing the end of March. I said I wanted to have people move in here by mid of April. As soon as we have chemicals we can, and some citizen goods in the storage, we can move people in, basically. We should have more electronics and clothing, I guess. What if I turned that down to 5 and 55? Yeah, I think that will be my new setup. I want slightly fewer clothing than electronics. And by slightly, this should do it. Also, I messed up the storage now. Let's see, 15, 15, 55, 10, and 5. There we go. Yeah, we don't need that much clothing here. That is a bit too much. So we'll reduce that to 10% and instead get another percentage of food here, just in case. We also need to get forklifts. They will take a while to get here. We will need to supply fuel to those forklifts. Otherwise we won't have shopping goods. We will need to set the task for the forklift garage to bring resources from the storages into the supermarket. And yeah, fuel is kind of necessary, so the truck here will currently supply fuel to the forklift garage. And we'll send it there right now. Forklifts might take a while to get here, hopefully not longer than half a month. We have chemicals present now. I'm going to just turn on all the warning messages, even though the amount is too low to count as being enough in storage. But that's fine. I mean, we might have a column of trucks just constantly running around. I will maybe have to extend the amount of trucks running. But so far it looks okay. I mean, it will slowly start filling up and hopefully we have enough resources. Alcohol looks okay too. Temperatures are pretty good. Kindergarten school needs to still be built. We can send some assistant vehicles again from our other construction offices to help construction tasks. The heating plant needs coal, but that is mostly for winter. I'm a little bit concerned about the heating plant setup. Wait, you can load from an engine transfer? Alright, that needs investigation. That needs some investigation. 2 trucks might not be enough to supply the coal that we need. Since we don't have the storage set up yet, still being worked on, we're just gonna start delivering some coal directly to the heating plant and switch the route over as soon as this construction finishes. Just to be able to start with things. Water will be delivered to this area as soon as we start producing water. And sewage will also be handled. Hospital almost set up. I mean the last thing we're basically waiting on are the forklifts. And they drive 50 kilometers an hour, so it shouldn't be that long, but it'll take a while. This reminds me of Carmageddon 2, I guess. For anyone who has played that old game. We are going to move the signals here. Because then... Actually no, we're gonna remove those signals. Yeah, that should work better. Did we finish the construction of the one rail line now? Yes, we did. So construction of the tunnel has now begun. So they probably will build the switch over here first. Once the other rail line is complete, we can place a signal there too. And once the switch has been built, we can turn this whole track into a one-way rail line. Which will increase the speed of vehicles for the rail construction a bit. Because I think they will send out the tunnel boring machine when the tunnel entrance construction is done. And at that point we don't really have to wait for the train to move all the way back to the construction office to move in and out of the way. At some point we'll probably remove that switch again. But it shouldn't be a nuisance, should be fine. Any forklifts? We have like 4 days. There's the forklifts. Did I buy 2 or 4? Oh, they're already there. They're already moving goods. So I think with like 600 people waiting to move into houses, we could start right now. I don't think I'm missing anything. Do they have walking access here? Yes, they do. Alright, I mean, let's just open up the floodgates. If something goes wrong, it's only in this town, I guess. We still need a prison at some point, but our existing prison had a lot of capacity. Oh yeah, one thing I'm missing is the bus route, I guess. And the coal for heating, but that'll be fine. Let's get 4 buses set up in a way to bring workers to the area. Oil price going down. Oh my god. My economy, no. So bus route is basically between the bus platform and the bus stop in the heating plant area. And then we have to remove the assignment for the platform to not send workers to specific buildings anymore. And later on we'll set up an end station on the exit of this area here. So the line spacing is also handled a little bit more elegantly. These are the workers for the heating plant area. And they can now walk to anywhere they want. And we still receive some workers via personal vehicles. We already have some coal here, so all we need is workers. Let's open up all of the workplaces so people can actually start getting food, getting everything. That is one of the things that I forgot. Let's buy some ambulances. We'll start with 4. Water purification plant is open. The pub is open. Police station is open. I think we should be fine now. I'm gonna set up a footpath entrance here. There is no pedestrian crossing nearby. This one will not turn into one. I don't think. But this one can. That's fine. Now we should be producing drinking water too. And hopefully some workers will decide to go here now that I've opened it up finally. I have not built a water well yet, have I? Well, that's a thing. That's a thing that I haven't done. My bad, guys. It'll be a little bit difficult for you for the time being. It's in walking distance of some buildings. We will do that as a dirt road and send everyone to build that building as fast as possible. Plus a water pipe, which needs a water pump. This one a dirt footpath, set up everything here as well. And we'll tell the technical office to bring water from our existing water sources. Sewage unloading does not need to be switched to Hellas. Sewage unloading is fine, it's just water. I think I'll also move some extra water trucks over just so we can supply everything. They will get cranky, for sure, but hopefully we can fix that fairly soon. Well, I did forget one thing, but yeah, we'll work on it. High priority, all of these are kinda high priority now. So technically we have a new settlement, but it's not actually a settlement yet because people are not technically surviving here. Without water this is going to collapse. I'm also a little bit worried about the crime in this area, but we'll see what happens. Also unemployment. We have way too many people here. But once the school is set up and the kindergarten and the university, hopefully things will relax a little bit. I wonder if they count as receiving running water already, and if the water trucks drop water in, because there's a pipe connected, will it count as them having running water or not? Because that will basically determine if a water truck supplying water will last a while, or it'll be used up in a day. Let's follow the water truck for the technical office and see what happens. So we might lose a few people. We still have 21-year-olds without their own flat, which are moving over to Segaduara, not knowing that they don't have any water, neither running nor still water. But there are 10 cubic meters on the way. If it doesn't count as running water, when we drop it into the substation, it'll be fine. If they think they already have access to running water, then they're pretty much screwed. Until we get the pump set up. We'll have 2 more trucks running. They won't actually increase the throughput that much because there will always only be 1 vehicle per substation running. But I thought about delivering like unpurified water to the water treatment plant, but that would basically definitely turn it into it would turn it into running water, which would be a problem. Alright, change of plans. This intersection is wrong. Because that is the... Wait, no, that one is fine. Or is it? No, it's not fine. This one is fine. Yep, that's the main road here. Come on, overtake them. I mean, know they're the same speed as you, but they're carrying something really heavy. Okay, we also have to turn these roads into one-way roads. First delivery of water. Let's see how bad it is. Traffic signs here are fine. I don't know if Segadoir is already defined as a city. I don't think so. Well, let's see. We're gonna find out at the substation. If they bring it to the citizen goods, not the heating plant substation, that is. Looks like they are. We have to set up traffic signs and everything. Well, let's see. Water consumption. They think they have running water, so it won't last long at all. Unfortunate, but at least they will have some drinking water for a bit. While we try and resolve the issue. Maybe I'm incorrect. Maybe this is just distributing it among the buildings. Maybe it's not filled up the buildings yet. Yeah, they don't think they have running water. Everything is fine. It was just distributing it among the buildings. Everything is in order. This water will last for a while. We are issue free now, and we didn't even drop below 50% happiness. Not sure how many people we lost. Still need a culture building. We need a sports building, we need a culture building. Didn't I set up a cinema? Must have removed that. Okay. At least the water crisis is dealt with, so now we can focus on... I think an indoor pool is fine. Focus on the remaining open topics. I will have to drop a waste storage for the cinema, I think. We also have to check which building has a waste storage connected and which one doesn't. I think I need a footpath here, but I do need 3 containers set up for hazardous waste storage. So our hospital doesn't run full and create an epidemic. Can we move this one? Let's try moving that one off to the side a bit to maybe leave room for a footpath to go through this area. We'll have to deal with unemployment, but that's already set up. The university will take up all workers in the area. This should give us room for a footpath here. Okay, it doesn't. We'll set up the indoor pool with a footpath access instead then. So no road connection. I'll move it back here and then. Waste storage is hooked up. Not sure what else we can build here, but I'm not really concerned with putting everything too close together. We'll find something. Could also be more residential buildings once we have the demand on workers. Heating is working. We need to hook up the other buses to the same route. Maybe a few too many buses, but better safe than sorry. They will also carry a lot of workers up here, which won't really find any employment, but we'll worry about that a little bit later. Just make sure that the heating is set up correctly. We'll drop a larger end station here just in case. Up to 3, maybe 4 vehicle routes will be possible. But this is only really intended for the heating plant area, vehicles driving back from it. Okay. This has electricity, so we can supply fuel to it. And that's about it. This end station is being built. Yeah, this end station might become obsolete at some point, especially when we have the rail connections in place. But that's still open. I would say now we have a stable settlement. We still have a bunch of complaints, but they're not imminently urgent. We have culture and sport, both of which we are working on. Soon we will have complaints about no education, which we have also set up at a school, and the kindergarten is the other open topic. And then this area should be fine. Secret police will have to be built, so we know the loyalty of the citizens in the area. Is alcohol consumption fairly high? I guess the pub hasn't filled up yet. Let's try and speed up the construction of our indoor pool, if possible. The school is fine. The cinema could receive the same treatment, I guess. But I guess we almost have the footpath set up anyway. But yeah, please do the sports facilities soon. They can already receive culture through the radio, if they have bought one. But receiving sport through the radio is not as effective, I guess. Right, last construction phase for the university. Assign all construction officers to it. Bring the resources here as quickly as possible. Okay. I would say 7 settlements now, 1 spare research. I could go for the oil power plant right away, but I'll wait. We have basically resolved power production for a bit, but we will have to go back to Kolata and actually use the oil there for something that actually is useful for us, instead of selling it for... Oh my god. The oil price. The oil price is moving. I mean, it's hard to see here because I'm mostly interested in US currency, but it's moving. It's going back up. It's going back up to the default. It's been so long since we had like money from oil. I don't know what to say. I'm also a little bit scared because of the fuel price, but the fuel price is the concerning part of all of this, but in regards to fuel price in rubles, it's not as noticeable, I guess. We're also profitable again on the eastern border, especially since we're selling the oil in rubles right now. We will have to consider what to do with that. An oil power plant might drive up the fuel and oil price if we don't export as much. What's the price of electricity or power? Oh, power price is also going up fairly high. I mean, it's really hard to compare anything when you look at the graph compared to the Rubo graph, but the power graph going up is hard to track. But it was like below $1 per megawatt hour, I think. And now it's at 2.85, so I think the prices for those things are increasing. Wood price is also going down fairly a fair bit. Not sure if that's going to change on another save game reload, but yeah, it's dropping. But I think we've got a decent financial buffer to deal with any other market fluctuations. So we'll have to keep an eye on, let's check iron and coal also. Iron is back to 50, very good. We should start exporting that at some point. Coal is at 62. I mean at 61 as well, so it's a high number too, is what I meant to say. So I'm not sure about the oil power plant right now. Maybe we'll keep going for the coal instead. And try and keep exporting oil. We might have to find another oil field to hook up to. Maybe the one right underneath the town that I just built. That would be nice. That's definitely not gonna happen. But here Kolata has so much oil next to it. That's basically all the oil we need in the foreseeable future. How are we keeping up with coal deliveries? I don't know. Looks like it. We can definitely deliver that into the storage now. And wait until unloaded too. This one will hold only coal. And at some point give me a warning if it's empty. Segadora coal for the heating plant area. Water pump almost ready. We'll let people go in here if they want. There were a lot of passengers trying to get culture and sport. That'll be dealt with soon. Can they walk from here to the construction site? Yes, they can. Everyone into that construction site, please. Finish the water pipe, the water pump, the water well. Other than that, we still have a water pump and a water pipe that needs to finish up construction. I think it might be better to say that one building should send its workers to the bus stop. And then our construction officers can pick up the workers from the bus stop. So we have workers available locally now. And if they don't get picked up, they can walk to any other area anyway. Maybe we have to increase alcohol deliveries here, but I think it's just because the pub isn't full yet, and we need to deliver enough to make that happen. Let's also set up the traffic signs for the town, because things are looking a little bit messy. Why are you not going over the bridge and instead using that road? That's annoying. That is actually annoying. You know what? Screw you. There you go. Now you're gonna get stuck. What do you think about that? That was another dirt road. Never mind. Maybe that one is far away enough where they will actually prefer going over the bridge and down this route now. Probably not. Meat truck. going down here for some reason. Did I make a mistake with something? These all seem to be right. So, oh, you're coming from here, and you don't want to go into town this way for some reason. Still can't remove that one. Might be because of the one-way roads. Will fix itself at some point. Okay, water well is up. The pipe is up. Just need the workers to finish the construction of this pump, and we can just send them over there from the building. That'll be good enough. And then we'll set this up to allow all workers to also go into the medical university to finish constructing that building. And then we're set up. Shouldn't have any unemployment issues anymore. Still need the cinema, of course, and the kindergarten. But things are looking pretty good. Meat deliveries are sufficient. We can set that checkbox too. I will set the checkbox for the alcohol in the pub. And yeah, we'll just wait until the alcohol sorts itself out. Ignoring all the warning messages right now because they are not correct. Help with the construction of all of these if they need it. And that should be good enough. Yeah, now we definitely have a running settlement. Sport and culture, the last few bits to be solved. And then maybe a building for spirituality. I am thinking this default gallery of the art. I like the Museum of the Republic because it's cheap, but the gallery of the art is appropriate, small, and fits in a lot of places. That's another intersection, so we need more traffic signs in the area. Okay, that should be good enough. EDK construction train waiting too long. Trying to head back. What's the issue here? Oh, I think I know the issue. The issue is because you're standing on that block and also preventing another train from moving. We turn these into those signals, I think it'll be fine. So there should be an oncoming train on the other lane, which also was waiting. But yeah, hopefully those signals will fix it now. Well, if the market shifts again, that'll be nice. If iron goes up again, we're definitely prepared for that. If oil goes up, then I guess we will have to improve our oil extraction. Not sure about setting up an oil refinery, but that's also possible. We'll set the loyalty requirements even though we don't have a secret police yet. We don't have a hall of residence yet either, but we do have room to place one in the area at some point. So the next thing that we would need is a secret police to make sure the citizens in this area stay loyal. We could improve health a little bit by getting the alcohol standards research. Everything else is nice to have. Vitamins would be nice to deal with. the little bit of pollution that we have every now and then. Speaking of pollution, let's take the technical office. Because pollution storages are going to run full at some point. If they aren't already. They are already. So I guess we'll have to tell them to deliver some of the waste directly to the garbage disposal. This one is being set up, but it's a little bit slow. But once it's set up, we'll be fine. I don't think we need the bus route bringing workers here anymore for the heating fire station kind of deal. So you'll end your route in this depot instead. We can reuse those vehicles for another task of that nature, or put them onto the route bringing workers to Segaruaha. At some point we will switch the route that is transporting citizens to also be able to pick them back up and bring them out of the city. Open up this construction site, everyone from that building get on it. We don't have any road crane here yet, but I assume they are on their way since it's assigned to all construction officers. We're even getting a tower crane. What more could you want? And yeah, I guess we'll also start setting up the one-way roads for our roundabout area here. We'll also have to end the stream soon. We do have a race in, I think, an hour. For an hour. With another practice session for an hour. And it's gonna be a bunch of difficult cars. Group C and Group 5 at Norrisring, which is a very short track, and the cars are very old. Well, very old might be an overstatement, but they're from the 80s, the 70s, the 80s, so decently old. So yeah, I have to get some food, I have to get some practice in. It will be stressful. Don't get any workers here right now. I guess the only residential building that could send workers to the water well is assigned to go to the bus stop instead, so let's make sure the water well is occupied first. Because they might think that they have running water now, and indeed they do. Which is okay. They will have running water now. That is fine. Yep, absolutely fine. Now we have 2 extra water trucks that we don't really need anymore. We don't need to go to Hellas, that's fine. Come back. This one can pick up the water locally from the water purification plant. Well, as soon as the water storage is full, I guess. It'll take a little bit. Indoor pool is up. Gotta wait for some workers to go there. Let's reduce the amount of workers in the medical university so they make sure the other facilities receive enough workers. Still waiting for the footpaths to be built, but they can walk here already. This is now passengers, so they can bring and take anyone they want. I don't care. You can take whoever you want. Right now you don't really pick up anyone from this area, but we could send the passengers over to the small bus stop. I think at some point they are going to drive into town and pick them up from here and then drive back out though. Ideally I would like a parking lot for that. I wonder if we had a parking lot here, if they could park in the area and then drive out with the bus route that is also personal cars. Maybe you can choose a park and ride solution that way. By still using personal cars for the ride part. So they park their personal car and then they hop onto a ride sharing solution. Kindergarten being built, open it up for workers. This one also has all the resources. And this one does not yet have all the resources, so wait a bit. We'll assign the kindergarten for construction because that will free up a bunch of workers to assist in other tasks. Oh yeah, fairly good progress with the construction. We have our second city. I hope the resource deliveries are sufficient. A little bit worried about coal, I guess. Throw a warning message if it's insufficient. Then we have 80 tons to find a solution, which is stored inside the heating plant itself, if capacity is insufficient. Waste storage is the other topic. We have to be careful in regards to that. With that low amount of citizens, we can still be fine, but we need to switch over to our transfer area, where the technical officer will just drop it off into the transfer area, and we take care from there to make sure it arrives in the train yard area over in Hellas. And then we can balance the vehicles from this location. But yeah, I think I'm going to take a break here. We finished a bunch of projects. We finished Segadoara construction. We have citizens living here, not dehydrating. We finished the rail connection to Snotov Customs. We're leaving the rail construction office here because we need our third farm set up. We built a few extra fields. Definitely need to keep expanding on that to make sure we have enough crop production for the future of making our own food, alcohol, fabric and meat. Not in this area, but somewhere else. And we also reached the first tunnel towards the eastern border. Haven't started building it yet, but soon. And from this side, we should be able to build those soon as well, hopefully. I have to assign them because they decided to build the other way. I will pause this one, and I will pause that one. Go build the other things. Don't build that one. Still doing bridge construction over here, I guess. Also have to set up the road at some point, but that can wait. The rail connection is the important bit, and we've been doing so much rail construction. Oh yeah, and the whole rail setup for getting over to the heating plant area, which is also Segadoara. I should name it as such. And from here we can start developing towards the coal mine and in the future the steel setup. In between. The steel setup might receive workers at some point by train. Segatoaha might get a train station, I'm not sure yet. Or it could be a metro going into a train that is outside of town. I'm not sure yet. We still have a lot of open area here. We basically could put a train station in here and not have to worry too much about things. We'll see. But yeah, as I said, I'm going to take a break for now. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be back tomorrow, pretty sure. And until then, I wish you a good day. Take care. And as always, maybe I'll see you next time.